Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome to my studio. My name is Michael Markowsky, and today we are going to be recreating another painting by another one of my favorite artists. Once again, we are going to be looking at the work of Henri de Toulouse-Lautrec, the great French painter and printmaker, illustrator. And we're going to be attempting to recreate this portrait he did, commissioned artwork he made for Jeanne Avril, the famous can-can dancer in the Moulin Rouge and other places throughout Paris. And I love this. This is originally a print. It was actually quite a large print, but we're going to scale it down to a little bit smaller size. And this is our second of two sessions that we're spending while we're looking at the work of Toulouse-Lautrec. Last week we did this painting, Ambassadeur, featuring Artiste Bruant, the cabaret singer and cabaret owner. This is a poster for his show, Ambassadeur, and so this one is for Jeanne Avril, another performer. Although unlike Artiste Bruant, she didn't own her own cabaret venue. So you'll also hear that my voice isn't fully recovered. I have had and have the flu, so I'll do my best to get through this painting. So let's look at the plan for today. What we're going to do is we're going to get the image on the canvas, then we're going to stain it with a little bit of color. We're going to talk about the biography of Henri de Toulouse-Lautrec, again, maybe covering a little bit of Jeanne Avril's biography as well. Then we're going to go into background, foreground, etc. Probably about 4 hours this painting is going to take us. Despite the fact that it's maybe a little bit easier, it's still going to be a little bit time consuming. So we'll see how that unfolds. So let's go right to our first step. Oh, you know what? Maybe just as a quick reminder to hit the like button, notification button, bell, subscribe, all of the buttons and bells and things. Do all of that. And if you want to support the channel with a small donation as little as $1 through PayPal or through the Super Chat while we're here live, or you want to send an e-transfer or check in the mail, contact me through my email. My email's on the website, my website, and on the Facebook group. And if you haven't joined the Facebook group, you ought to do that right now, because once a month I go through that group and offer free feedback to people who post stuff there. Whether you're making what we do in class or something else, I would love to see it. So, our first step is to get the image onto the canvas. So how do you do that? Well, the original image looks like this, obviously. I've done a free outline using the Procreate app on my iPad Pro. And let me show you where you can find this so you could download it and print it out. Here's the Facebook group if you are interested in joining. I also, for every episode, do a biography or a little introduction. So if you join that, you can also read what I've written there and all the research I put into that. But to download the outline, what you want to do is click on the Dropbox folder. I think it's the second thing in the description below. The first folders here are for just getting started, paint supplies, etc., color wheel. And then the next, I don't know, 50 folders are for artworks. They're maybe a little bit more, or fairly straightforward, and I'm including today's artworks in that here. And then you'll see there's another 150 folders, some that have 5 or 6 paintings in each one of them. You got the Mona Lisa in here. You've got lots of Monet and Van Gogh and Frida Kahlo and Emily Carr, Tom Thompson, artists from all over the world. Even Batman and Peppa Pig are in here. But we're going to go down to this here. And you're going to see that there's these 6 files in there currently. There might be a few more files showing up there in the next couple of days, but you'll have to subscribe and hit the notification bell for that one. And so we've got here, you've got this painting and also the painting we made last week, plus the outlines for each one. And each outline I've provided in PDF and JPEG format, whatever is easier for you to print out on your inkjet printer at home. And maybe just before I push on here, just you get an idea of how these ones look. This is, again, this is the one we did last week by Toulouse-Lautrec, and this is one we did about a month ago by Steinlen, his famous Chat Noir painting, another very famous print from this era, Belle Époque era of Paris, 1890s. So that's also something that would be interesting to you. I would love to see you do that. So once you've downloaded the outline and printed it on your inkjet printer at home, I've just, you can see, just a regular piece of photocopy paper. What we're going to do is we're going to transfer it onto this 9x12 sized canvas panel. I like these a lot. I've used a couple hundred of them so far. I ordered these off of Amazon. They come out to about $2 a piece. So you buy them in sets of 12 for like 26 bucks or something. And they are certainly superior to the ones you get at the dollar store for $1. They usually come wrapped in plastic. I take the plastic off and give it a very light sanding with 100 grit sandpaper. And then I apply some white acrylic gesso on top of that surface. I just brush it on, let it dry overnight, and then I sand it again with some 220 grit sandpaper. And that's just, I'm showing you the back side because you can see where some of that, it dripped off the side. I usually put it on, you know, a block or something to dry, and it drips off onto some newsprint I put on the floor. And then I let it dry, and then I sand it down again, and I get this super, it's not super smooth. If I wanted smoother again, I'd add another layer of gesso and sand it again. But this is about as smooth as I need it, or for my own preference. I like a little bit of texture, but not as much texture as comes out of the package. And I also think if that extra little bit of time to prep your canvas, it just gives you an extra sense of ownership over that artwork. I'm a big believer in prepping your canvas. Okay, so I'm just going to take this and put it roughly in the middle here. So I'm going to check out my outlines. Yeah, I think that's good there. Okay, so I tape it down. Now I'm going to use some carbon transfer paper or graphite transfer paper. I've long ago used all the carbon transfer paper, so what I'm actually using here is graphite transfer paper that, again, I ordered off of Amazon. You get them like comes in a package like this, 100 sheets for like 10 bucks. And I'll be using this for probably the next 2 or 3 years at least, at the speed I do. So if you order that, you'll have more than enough to do dozens and dozens of paintings. Okay, so I'm going to put that carbon paper down. You can see I've used it a number of times, so you can, that's why I say that 100 sheets can last you for hundreds and hundreds of paintings, not just one per painting. And you want to make sure the dark side is facing down so that the carbon is transferred when you go over it with your pen or pencil. And it's a good idea just to double check, oh yeah, it's working as intended, because I can't tell you how many times people do the whole thing, peel the tape off, they're like, oh, I'm ready to go, and no, you aren't, because it's all on the back side of your photocopy. I love this image. The composition here is so wild. This bass guitar, or well, yeah, what is it? Bass? Not a bass guitar. It's just a bass, I guess, right? Bass violin, or what are they? What is it? Now that it's the stand-up bass. A bass is a bass, right? You can be a bassist. You don't have to be a instrument of another instrument, of a guitar, right? You can be a bassist. So sometimes one of those things with this show, I find myself sometimes saying things out loud that I've, that words that I've read hundreds and hundreds of times, and then when I go live, I'm like, I suddenly realize I've never really thought about that or said that before. Sometimes that's the pronunciation of names of artists too, like artists whose work I've been a fan of for decades, and then it comes to record, and I'm like, oh, I've never occurred to me to look up the pronunciation of this artist's name. I've just always, I've read it a million times, or not a million, but a couple thousand times, but never thought about how it was actually said. These shapes right here are so weird. Like, I assume, so that's an ear, obviously. That's maybe an eye, and these are hairs, or, I mean, totally weird stuff going on down here. Really pushing the boundaries. I mean, this is, I would honestly say this is one of the most dynamic compositions of its time, for sure. I can't think of anything that has such a dramatic composition that was made during this time, except possibly in Japan. And Toulouse-Lautrec was a huge fan of Japanese prints by artists like Hiroshige and Hokusai, two artists that we've also featured in the past. And really, yeah, those would be the two. I guess that's never, yeah. Because in Japan, there wasn't the I'm gonna make these lines straight, even though they're not straight, because when I paint them, they are gonna become unstraight again. So I might as well start from a straight line and then get lazy or sloppy and make it unstraight later on. I was saying something about Japanese artists. I guess I might have been saying something about, or intending to say something about the fact that in Japan they didn't have art, geometric mathematical perspective was a very new concept as Japan was opening back up. And so artists kind of evolved a very different concept of space and depth in their work. And some of those compositions are very dynamic. But you wouldn't really have seen anything like that in the Western world, anything like this in the Western world. So that's probably one reason why Toulouse-Lautrec's works were so eye-catching when they first arrived, as they're just like totally unlike anything anybody else is making. There were other artists who were making prints, but nothing like Toulouse-Lautrec. Toulouse-Lautrec was a major innovator in the field of printmaking. And if we think about movie posters as we see them today, they would not really exist the way that we know them today had it not been for Toulouse-Lautrec. Toulouse-Lautrec is almost solely responsible for transforming the poster into both a serious form of art and getting people to take it seriously as an artwork, but also treating the poster as like just making really interesting posters. Like, really, for the majority of the history of posters, they were very bland. I mean, just think about like a wanted poster for, you know, Billy the Kid or something. That was really what posters looked like. Very bland, basically just sort of like some type set text, you know, like type that was on blocks and put into position, and mostly text-based, with maybe a small image, and the images themselves would be relatively plain. They might be like an image of a product, but not particularly the most eye-catching kind of thing. Whereas the artwork by Toulouse-Lautrec was so different that that's one reason why they took off so much, is that you can imagine an artwork like this on the wall of, like, you know, on a street or around a light post or something, and everything else being with a typed font, very kind of boring, often without any color, just black text. And then you have something like this on the wall. I mean, it would be hard to not stop and look at it, because you'd be like, whoa, what's this? What's going on here? So now we just take it for granted. Oh, it looks kind of interesting. Cool. Okay, whatever. But it's nothing short of like a major earthquake in the advancement of illustration, design, advertisement. Now, some people would say we would be our visual world would be much nicer if we didn't have so many ads blaring in our faces all the time. I get you. I can see the opposing argument. But I would say, you know, I would prefer great artworks like this than the majority of the kind of bland things that we're surrounded by. Once again, I think we need another Toulouse-Lautrec. So just doing a little double check here. Is there any major glaring things that I'm missing? I know that there's these little marks there, but I can do that later. There's no point in doing that now. Okay. Let me keep this up here. Oh, there's Deborah and Host. Hey, Host. And Rick and Paula. Okay, let's just clean this up. Organize ourselves a bit. Oh, and Alexi there. Hi, Michael. Have a nice and productive day. Thank you. So let's go to our next step. What we want to do now is we want to coat this painting with a layer of paint. And some artists would just go directly onto a white canvas and start to paint, and no more. There's never been a time like today where that's. Never has it been more common than today for artists to just start painting directly onto a blank canvas. But I'm a huge believer in the Imprimatura technique, which is to apply a priming layer to get things started, to obliterate that scary white surface and just come right out of the gates blazing. And so this priming technique called the Imprimatura has been around since Leonardo da Vinci and even before that, and I'm a huge believer in it. So maybe before we just talk about that, I'm just going to talk about the method, the painting, the palette we're going to use. So I'm going to use. Oh, where did? Huh, I just reorganized this, and I'm just. Darn it. Okay, I thought something was a little different. Huh. Okay, well, I've lost. I knew there was. Okay, so anyway, what I'm going to be using is a split primary palette, and I don't have the slide for that. But essentially, we're going to be using 2 yellows, 2 reds, and 2 blues to paint this painting. And we're going to mix our own black. And this is the brand that I like to use. It's this Amsterdam acrylic paint. And for about $15 to $17, you can get a tube of paint like this. And so I'm going to use 7 tubes of paint, including white. 2 yellows, 2 reds, 2 blues. And that is a great way of creating depth in your painting when you understand how warm and cool colors work. Now you could use, and I'm going to use this Azo Yellow Deep here as my priming layer, but if you want to spend more money for some reason, you could buy a tube of paint like this from Golden for about $25, $30, and it's obviously less than half the size, and it's about 3 times the price. So you judge how well. I mean, it is better. It's certainly higher quality, but most people will never notice the difference. And I certainly don't encourage you to, if you're beginning, to try using expensive paint, because if you don't like how it turns out, then you feel like you wasted some money, and it can be discouraging. Anyway, here's some other brands. Here's Lascaux, Liquitex, Winsor & Newton, M. Graham & Company, Acrylic, Buzz, Holbein, Daler-Rowney, Krilla by Daler-Rowney, Nova Color, Gwartzmans, Chromacolor, Sennelier, Abstract. They come in those little pouches. Montmartre, which is where this painting, I mean the area of Paris where this painting is sort of set. Triart, Riotech, Natural Earth Paint, Desirs, Dacryl, Collegial, Faber-Castell, Staedtler, Opus, Acrylicos, Artist Loft from Michael's Art Supply, Derwent, Mary's or Shanghai Paint, Fevicryl, but I'm not the biggest fan of Museum Color or Peebo because they put too much white, titanium white in the paint to make it more opaque, and it just makes it impossible to get the colors I think we really, really want here. So, but you can see there's lots of different options. You can always go back and pause the video or watch the very first episode of my acrylic painting series to learn a little bit more about that. So let's start out with some this is a jar of my Amsterdam paint, and when I'm finished with a tube of paint like this, I try to squeeze as much paint out, but a lot of paint just doesn't come out of the tube. So I cut it open and use a spatula, scoop out the rest, and you'd be surprised how much paint is kind of hidden inside that tube. So I encourage you, before you toss that tube out, just do a little double check and see how much paint is left in there, because I fill up jars worth of paint from tubes that I otherwise would have thrown out. I'm just going to quickly apply paint on here. Now, sometimes I don't use all 7 colors. There are times where I only use 4 or 5 or 2. So you could always just skip ahead to the very end and look at my palette and go, oh yeah, he didn't use warm blue, so I'll just save that in my tube. But just for these, it's just easier if I just do this all at once at the beginning of the episode. I don't do any planning ahead of time to figure out which colors I'm going to need. I do it all in real time and try to share with you my thought process as I'm making those decisions. And I know some of you are like, oh yeah, Michael, it's pretty clear you don't do any planning at all. Yeah. Oh no, don't worry. No one is convinced that you're thinking ahead about any of this. That's fair. Because of 2 reasons. One is that I'm pretty busy. I teach art at the local university here in Vancouver, Canada. And we're getting close to the end of term, and so I'm busy grading and stuff. But the other thing is, and I'm also working on a graphic novel, a comic book about the artist Tom Thompson and his biography. So I'm busy doing those things. But also, one thing that's come up through these episodes is people tend to actually really like it when I explain what I'm doing, and even when I encounter some problems and mistakes and then sort of have to figure my way out of those situations. So I kind of, oddly enough, it works out. So I'm going to keep on doing what works until it don't work no more. And there's Lisa and Randy and Senga. Senga says, Michael, I hope you're feeling better. I'm still a little under the weather. You can probably hear my voice sounds a little bit odd at times. And I'm probably going to, my voice will probably give out halfway through here. So I'm all prepared with Kleenex and cough drops and all sorts of stuff going on over here. I got my whole medicine cabinet off to the side. So now I've just put some water in my acrylic paint, and you've probably heard me say over and over, you don't need, or you maybe even shouldn't use water to mix with your acrylic paint. There's no law against it. You know, it's not really recommended, but I certainly have done it in the past, and in my original painting course here, I did use for maybe the first 10 episodes water, mostly because there I was thinking, you know, there's probably a lot of people who've never painted before, and they don't have any other mediums to use, so let's start with, you know, showing people what they can do with a basic paint set. And then as time has evolved, I've kind of thought, you know what, when I rebooted this program as the Master Study Series, I kind of encourage people to just go to go out and buy some medium when they're starting, and try to instill some good habits from the beginning. But yeah, it's and so then people are like, well, then why are you using water when you do this step? Well, this step, the priming layer, first of all, we want it to dry pretty quickly. We're just kind of staining the cover or the canvas or paper or whatever it is. So we don't need a thick body of paint on here, unless you want to use it as like a way of kind of getting rid of some of the texture like gesso does. But I would encourage you to use gesso instead of acrylic paint for this, because that's what gesso is made for. Now I am going to paint another layer of paint over top of this. And then the question is like, well, why not just do that right here instead of doing this? Part of it is a bit of habit, to be quite frank. Part of it is this just, for me, this is also serves as a way of just centering myself, of telling my brain, okay, we're taking a break from thinking about grocery lists and, you know, how much or got to pay the nanny, or, you know, like where we're going for Christmas or what New Year's plans are. And it's like, all of that stuff, thank you very much, we'll deal with you later. We're focusing on painting now. And it's something I can do without really any thought, because it's a habit, it's a routine. And so I can just kind of do this. Painting started, and then I can start feeling like I'm a little bit more creative. So, you know, it's like, you know, an athlete has often like lots of habits, and they like to kind of listen to music and do certain kind of stretches, put their skates on in particular order, and sometimes put them on and take them back off and put them back on again, or whatever they feel might be successful. And so for me, there's lots of reasons for doing this, but especially over time, it really becomes part of my routine, my painting routine. Senga says it's midnight in Scotland. Ooh. Pascaline says 12:30. Pascaline just went and saw Prodigy, the band Prodigy. Wow, that's amazing. I didn't even know they were still around. That's amazing. And Alexi says it's 7:30 a.m. in my place. Wow. Haas says it's almost 10 a.m. I just woke up. So where's 7:30 a.m. right now? That's got to be in literally the other side of the world right now. That's wild. That's like Australia or something, isn't it? Africa, maybe? Wow. It just blows my mind that there's people watching at all. There's people watching on the other side of the planet. Just blows my mind, the technology. Yeah, okay. So let me blow dry this here while I marvel at technology, and I'm going to mute the audio for a moment. And Gigi says it's 9:36 a.m. in Korea right now. My goodness, Korea! Oh my lord, that's so cool. I wish I knew a little bit of Korean to wish you good morning. Okay, so let's just take a quick look now at the original and just think about like what's next. What's the next color we should do here? Well, obviously, if we put these two side by side, you know, the original is not nearly as yellow as this, but there is some yellow kind of here. It's printed on paper, and this paper back in 1893. I don't know if it was a cream colored paper or white paper, and it subsequently yellowed over time, or this was close to the way it looked. But we're going to paint the painting as it looks now. So what we want to do is we want to create a little bit of a slightly brownish yellow. So I'm just going to clean my palette off a little bit here. I've just moved some of that paint off to the side because I don't care about it getting perfectly clean. I just want it clean enough. Now, let's see. I'm going to put some white here. I'm going to take a little bit of cool red. And cool blue. Let's just mix these two up together. Very, very dry. I don't need a lot of that paint. And then I'm just going to mix it in here. It's a bit on the greenish side. Let's take a bit more cool red. And then I'm going to mix this into this white. Okay. And then I'm going to use some matte medium. Matte medium is just acrylic paint without any color in it. It's literally what's in your paint before they put the pigment in there. This lid is blocked, so let's just go right to the... So you can see that there's basically 2-to-1 matte medium to at least the white and the other paint that's in here. So that's what the acrylic medium does is it thins that paint out just like the water does, but the difference between adding medium to the paint versus water to the paint is that, first of all, it's going to help preserve the kind of the integrity of the surface so that the paint doesn't start, because we use water to clean our brushes, right? So we want the paint to adhere really well to this surface. So that's one good reason. The other thing there, like I often find if I add a lot of water to acrylic paint, it starts to get kind of grainy, like you can see the pigment, especially if you're using cheaper paint. The other thing too is because there's a lot of white that I put there, if I just painted that white over top of there, all my pencil lines and the yellow would just disappear, and then yeah, it would really be, what was the purpose of the last 10 minutes of this class, right? So instead, I put that medium in there to thin this paint out, make it more transparent. The one thing I find with the matte medium is it almost seems to speed up the drying time of the acrylic paint. So one way to help with that is to either both paint a little bit faster and maybe add paint with a little bit more volume of paint. So the paint's a little bit thicker when you apply it. That's going to slow the drying time down just a little bit. But that also means that's another good reason to have a little bit more medium to pigment so that it's not too opaque. It looks like there was some wet yellow on these edges that's kind of sneaking through there a little bit. And so you can see those streaks forming on the surface here. Just trying to blend that out. A lot of this is going to get covered. And it's starting to kind of enter a little bit of a danger area where I kind of need to stop what I'm doing. Otherwise, this paint is going to start kind of peeling off that surface. It's definitely a little bit more yellow at the top, a little bit thicker. I don't like it so much. But I think as this painting goes on, that might just disappear. I might not see that. And obviously, like the original, that it's not totally consistent, right? This is a over 120-year-old artwork. So, you know, we're going to expect a little bit of patina, as they might say. Patina being like the effect of time on an artwork. You know how a bronze sculpture goes green if it's left out in the open air and water, rain, builds, you know, fingerprints touch, you know, the surface, bacteria builds up, etc., causes oxidation. Okay, so let's move this fella out of the way. Blow dry this. Look at all of... oh my goodness, you guys are so sweet. All these comments. I'm just gonna blow dry. So it's kind of interesting to see them side by side. Now that I look at them side by side, I see that the original has a lot more greenish colors in the paper. But again, I mean, who knows? That could just be the you know, the way it was photographed and the light, etc. So mine has a little bit more of like an unbleached titanium, a bit more of a sandy khaki color than the original. But there are also hundreds and hundreds of these posters that were made in different collections around the world. In fact, why don't we look at some of them? Great idea, Michael. Paula said this class is supposed to start on Thursday at 9 a.m. And Lisa says, I didn't get a notification for tonight either. I did post something this morning at like 5 a.m. for the class. So, I couldn't find a stream at all. Was over on Facebook trying to find out. There is, on the Facebook post at the very top of our Facebook page, is the announcement of the class. It was up there again I posted at 5 a.m. So it should be there. Maybe just refresh your Facebook page, and I'm not sure what happened there, but I checked myself this morning when I woke up, because I schedule them to post in advance. I'm not sure what's going on. Okay, let's just see. Sometimes these canvases, when I heat them up, kind of warp a little bit. So sometimes the surface I'm painting on here warps out a bit. So let's move on here. Let's take a moment to talk a little bit about Henri de Toulouse-Lautrec's biography. Now, we did that, I think I spoke for like an hour and a half at the beginning of last week's episode about him and his biography, so I don't know how much is left for me to cover here, but let's just kind of go back to the scene of the crime here. So, Henri de Toulouse-Lautrec, born in 1864 and dies in 1901 at age 36 years old. And it wasn't really until I was putting these episodes together that I realized how young he was when he passed away. I always just imagined him, when I think of Toulouse-Lautrec, I always think of an older man, and I sort of expected him to have had a much longer life. I think it's possibly because many of the images, often he grew his facial hair out, probably to make himself look older because of his height. And as we talked about in the previous episode, he was quite short. He was about at his tallest height, just under 5 feet tall, and that was as a result of him getting in a couple different accidents and breaking in 2 separate incidences, one leg and then a year later the other leg, and those legs never healing properly when he was an adolescent. And part of the reason why those legs didn't heal properly is because of a family history of inbreeding. Both his mother and his father had their mothers were sisters. So essentially, or you could think of Henri de Toulouse-Lautrec, his grandmothers were sisters. And so that led to some genetic things arising that basically led to him having a very rare bone disorder, as we believe today. And so he was very, very self-conscious about his height and his legs, because the top half of his body grew as normal. It was his legs that were shorter. So as I said in the past, often what he would do is he would show up to a bar, before they even opened, and get a seat close to the stage, and he would bring all of his art supplies, and he would stay there for 8 hours, never once getting up, until the very end of the night, when after everyone left, he would get up and all of a sudden appeared to be much shorter than people might have expected, because he was so self-conscious. So he wanted to be out. He was a very social fellow, but didn't want people to see his body for what it actually was. And part of the reason why he became an alcoholic was because of those deep insecurities he had about his body. His own father essentially left the family because he felt that he had his father was ashamed of having produced a son like Henri de Toulouse-Lautrec, and that led to a very famous, let me just go right to it here. Here's on the Sotheby's website. I think this is great. I mean, not great, but it's quite profound, almost cinematic, this moment here. Toulouse-Lautrec, towards the end of his life, at the young age of 36, he was suffering from alcoholism and syphilis. And he had tried to kind of get sober a few times. Before he died, he was institutionalized, where he recovered, and then, as soon as he got out, kind of returned to his old ways, and things just continued to spiral down. And he suffered a stroke because of that, and Basically, his father had disowned him. His father had really disowned him. It disowned the family when they saw Toulouse-Lautrec's legs not growing back to their expected length. But once Toulouse-Lautrec had pursued his art career, his father was like, "Okay, I'm done with you. I have no interest in supporting an artist." But it wasn't until Toulouse-Lautrec, when he's on his deathbed, his father returns, and Toulouse-Lautrec says, "Je savais, papa, que vous ne manquerez pas le halali." Le halali? Halali? I'm not sure. Is that a French word, halali? Which roughly translates to, "I knew, Papa, that you wouldn't miss the kill." Right? Ooh. Right? That his father had to be there to witness his son's death. The satisfaction of seeing the son that he rejected die. That's the thought that Henri had when he saw his father appear, hours before he was to die. He's like, "Oh, now you're here. Now, you couldn't, you had to be here to witness my death," basically. And when his father didn't respond, Lautrec uttered his last words, "Le vieux con," the old fool, right? Like, ooh, so sad. The life of Toulouse-Lautrec. It's remarkable the kind of work he was able to produce, the volume of work he was able to produce. I mean, right here we have, in a short career of less than 20 years, and really it was much less than 20 years. Really, Toulouse-Lautrec's high point is maybe from 1885 to 1898 or so. So, we're talking about 13 or so really productive years. He made, 350 posters and illustrations, 737 canvas paintings, and over 5,000 drawings. Like, that's a lot of work to produce. And as I said, roughly, most of those are produced in that last, 13 or so years of his life. Obviously, there were some before that, but that's a huge amount of work to produce in such a short period of time. What else do I want to say that we didn't talk about previously? Well, maybe I'll transition to talking a little bit about Jeanne Avril. Jeanne Avril was really probably the most famous dancer or celebrity in all of, really probably Paris at this point in time, and during the 1890s. Jeanne Avril was a can-can dancer who really rose to prominence at the Moulin Rouge, the very famous cabaret venue in Paris. And I mean, she was literally discovered when she was a teen. Her mother was a sex worker, and her father, I don't think she ever knew her father. It was conceived out of wedlock, and her father was a wealthy man who certainly abandoned her mother and her. So she grew up in a pretty rough kind of situation, and it's believed she had a disorder known as Saint Vitus's dance, which included the sort of twitching limbs, which is why it was often referred to as a dance. There's another name for it. I don't know if I'd be able to find it here, but that the condition that Jeanne Avril had, she was able to mask it by learning how to dance, and her style of dancing became very, very famous for this sort of frantic, wild movement. So the movements that she might have made normally, she could kind of incorporate into her dance, and people were just like, "Wow, look at her move. She's just like so much frantic, wild energy." And maybe they didn't really know that that it was also a way of and part of the reason why her dance was so animated. and so different than everyone else was because of her condition. And so it made her super famous, because she was unlike any of the other dancers at the time. She had this like very iconic orange, yellow, blonde, like, I don't know what you call it, strawberry blonde hair, which Toulouse-Lautrec in his prints, and especially today's artwork, obviously made a major feature of his paintings of her. So she was a very iconic figure. And the painting that we're doing today was literally commissioned by Jeanne Avril to help her promote her shows. And this is really this idea of using posters as a way of promotion, not just for products like shampoo or mustache wax or toilet paper or whatever else they were promoting on the streets of Paris back in the day, but to promote a performer was kind of a newer innovation, and especially again in the way that Toulouse-Lautrec did this by making a very dynamic poster of that person in action was radically new. Posters before this were much more conservative, much more text-based, and if there was an image at all, it might be just a face or a generic image, maybe of someone dancing, but not like the way that Toulouse-Lautrec painted her, which was to really show her in action in this very dramatic perspective, like all these diagonal lines, the bass, the stand-up bass being right in our face, her foot kind of, the way that the colors are very bold, like the black and the yellow and the orange and the white, all kind of contrasting one another very dramatically, and those speckles of green make for like something that really stood out from any of the other posters at the time. Let me see. I should say that I went and rewatched these two movies, The Moulin Rouge from 1952, which is actually a fairly good film. That's a good movie, but it also it's centered around Henri de Toulouse-Lautrec. He's the central figure of that film, and part of his friendship with some of the dancers like Jeanne Avril and Lagoulou, who was also another very famous dancer at the Moulin Rouge. But I also rewatched this one, The Moulin Rouge, by Baz Luhrmann from 2001. And I don't know, maybe I'm just much older, but I remember loving this movie when I saw it in the theaters when I was, like 20, or no, I would have been a little bit older than 20 at the time. But no. Yeah, I'm trying to figure out how old I am. Early 20s is when this movie came out. Obviously, it was very, very popular, huge hit. But I rewatched it, and first of all, I felt like, man, this is very. The editing is pretty intense, pretty hard to follow that movie. If you definitely feel like you've had a lot of coffee when you watch this movie. And also, Nicole Kidman plays the role of Jeanne Avril, the main figure in today's artwork. But the character of Toulouse-Lautrec is played by John Leguizamo, who I really think bears zero resemblance, both in appearance and behavior, to the real Toulouse-Lautrec. So even though it takes place largely in and around the Moulin Rouge Cabaret Theater venue, I mean, if you're watching this movie to learn anything about Toulouse-Lautrec, I mean, it has really nothing to do with him at all. Yeah, I mean, I'm sure. I mean, yeah, John Leguizamo plays him as a wild character, sort of like a character you would find like kind of like very gonzo, like from Hunter S. Thompson's Fear and Loathing in Las Vegas, especially the way, you know, Johnny Depp played him in the film version of that movie, like very super outgoing. And I'm sure the Toulouse-Lautrec was a little bit like that, especially considering how much alcohol and absinthe he consumed. But yeah, I don't. Yeah, it's so. Don't watch that movie expecting to learn anything about Toulouse-Lautrec. Let's see, what else do I want to cover? Last time we talked a lot about kind of the early work of Toulouse-Lautrec, the stuff he was doing when he was studying art, and you could see that his style, it reminds me a lot of the Impressionist painters. After all, Impressionism is at its heyday during the late 1870s and all throughout the 1880s. So it's no surprise that his work has many, you know, it looks a little bit like Manet, Edouard Manet and Claude Monet and Pissarro and Bertha Morisot and Mary Cassatt. A lot of Mary Cassatt in the way that he applies paint there. But just like every generation of artists, is really since the Impressionists, every generation pretty much since then has been a bit of a reaction to the previous one. So one of the major differences between Impressionism and this next generation of artists that includes Toulouse-Lautrec, Vincent van Gogh, who was a good friend of Toulouse-Lautrec, Paul Gauguin, Pierre Bonnard, I'm trying to think of other famous, to a certain extent, Paul Cézanne. One of the differences is often a even more intense level of color, and also way more imaginative, more dynamic compositions, like the artwork we're going to do today. That the Impressionists were sort of painting. Well, they were doing. I was going to say similar. They were using a different palette and different techniques, but similar kind of compositional strategies to the previous generations of much more academic artists. And so the Impressionists took everything the Post-Impressionists took everything that the Impressionist painters did and dialed it up by up to 11, as Spinal Tap would say, right? So really super bright, intense colors, and also just compositions that were like inspired by Japanese printmaking, which was very popular at the time, often disobeying the rules of perspective as they had been taught in the Western academies, in favor of a much more flat approach to space that was as a defining feature of Japanese art that was being introduced to Europe at this time. Also, you know, another thing that we see with Toulouse-Lautrec's art is a lot of this. Well, he was doing tons of sketching. Like, he would pretty much go out every night drinking to these different cabaret venues like the Moulin Rouge, and he'd bring big sheets of paper and he would sit there all night long. After all, again, he's sitting in that seat and he doesn't want to get up to go to the bathroom or do anything because he's afraid of people seeing him at his true height. Because when he's sitting in a chair, he looks just like everybody else. No one's the wiser. So one way of that he could sort of explain why he never gets up and wanders around and interacts with people is he would say, well, I got to stay here and I got to draw. I got to get lots of drawings done. Sorry, can't get up and get myself another drink. I need to get the server to come by to get me a drink because I got to furiously draw. I got to be drawing. And so he was frantically doing lots of drawings on location, and sometimes taking those drawings and pretty much reproducing them very faithfully from those sketches into larger paintings. And so that's, the Impressionists certainly drew and painted on location, and that was a major break from the past. But Toulouse-Lautrec, he's doing what the Impressionists did, but being even more like, first of all, he's drawing like dancers, people who are moving, very quickly in front of him. And that's very different than the Impressionists sort of painting, someone sitting under an umbrella next to the river for hours on end, having a picnic. Maybe the sky, the clouds are passing by. Toulouse-Lautrec's drawing, there's action happening around him all the time. And he's trying to capture all of that movement and then transform those into paintings. So there's, that's all stuff that was very different than anybody was doing at the time. You had, artists maybe like Edgar Degas, who was famous for making drawings of also dancers and ballerinas, and but Degas first sometimes he would go to classes and watch performances and draw, but often he would also hire some of those models to pose for him. But we don't. The work of Degas doesn't have the frenetic energy of Toulouse-Lautrec. And also because, like, Toulouse-Lautrec, because he's drawing movement in real time, often there's distortions in the proportions of the figures, like legs and arms are distended or shortened unnaturally. The body's moving or bending in unnatural ways. Very similar to also Van Gogh does things like that. And it doesn't really seem that either of them are at all concerned about those discrepancies. The kind of thing that would distress artists of the previous generation. Oh, this figure is a little bit awkward, I gotta fix that. Toulouse-Lautrec, Gauguin, Van Gogh, Cézanne, we see all sorts of bodies being kind of, very bending and doing awkward things. And it doesn't seem like they were concerned at all with those, with that happening, and which again lends that artwork, those artworks, such, it gives them a bizarre-ish kind of quality, and especially since a lot of those artists were also big drinkers, I think what it does is also puts us as viewers, it's almost like when we look at work like this, it's like we've had a couple shots of what would they be drinking? I was gonna say tequila, but well, not tequila. I mean, bourbon, wine. What's another French alcohol? Gin? Would they be drinking gin? Obviously absinthe. And so it's sort of like you're seeing the world almost through that hallucinatory, alcohol-infused veil where everything is slightly distorted, and so that just lends this slightly surreal, again, maybe 30 years before surrealism, it evokes these feelings in the viewer of things being a little bit off, and so I think that's, certainly it's deliberate, because all of these are great artists who quote unquote could have done better, but they liked the look of it. They're like, there's something kind of nice about. Because, I mean, look at these paintings by Toulouse-Lautrec. When he's got more time on his hands, he can knock off a painting with exceptional likeness, and he's got his proportions down very well. Exceptional figure drawer. I mean, the two main teachers that he had as a young man were kind of renowned for their portrait work. So he learned how to draw the figure really, really well. So when he's being when he has like a healthy disregard for the rules, the proper way of drawing the body, it's done deliberately, or it's maybe not done deliberately, but it's left like that deliberately. I don't know. I'm sure me going on about this, some people are like, oh yeah, okay, whatever. But I think that especially for us, when there's a lot of beginners watching and painting along, I think it's important to to recognize that, you know, to think for yourself, like, what is my purpose for the artwork I'm creating right now? Is achieving a likeness, making something look photographic, representational, is it really important that it looks exactly like the original person? Or if there's some discrepancies and there's some distortions in there, is that okay to leave it like that if you like it? And in some respects, can it make it actually better? Right? And that sounds kind of strange to hear sometimes, is like, well, how can a mistake make something better? Or how can doing it wrong make it right? And in the majority of our experiences in contemporary society, that doesn't make any sense at all, right? You know, if you go to the grocery store and they ring up your groceries and it comes out to $100 more than you expect, right? That's a problem, right? Or when you go to get your car fixed and they take all the tires off accidentally and take the engine out, right? That's a problem. But when it comes to art, sometimes doing it wrong adds a lot of value, because I often think, especially art today, it's precisely the way that people do it wrong is what makes it interesting. That, you know, now that we can take a photograph of anything on our phones, I mean, it sort of begs the question, like, what's the purpose of painting? And that's, you know, back in this era when photography is really now expanding and more people can go and buy a camera and take photographs. That's what artists were contending with at the time. It's like, well, what's the purpose of making a painting of all these people when I can just take a photograph and boom, done. Let's go home. There's no point in spending the next 4 hours working on this thing. And so artists were at that time thinking like, well, let's play around with things. Let's do it wrong and see what turns out. Like, what would happen if we invert the colors or make the colors way more saturated than they really are? That leads, I mean, these are just gorgeous. I mean, I'm just flying by all these artworks, but it's also, I should also say, thinking of like photography, that some of these compositions are very photographic. We saw that when we were talking about the art of Pierre Bonnard the other day, and the way that he composes his images, to me, seems very photographic. That often people's, you know, in Pierre Bonnard's case, right? Here's one of the paintings we did. I think the other ones I have are upstairs. This is not the best example of what I'm just talking about, but with Pierre Bonnard's work, often like sometimes he's got like a face just right on the edge of the painting, and that's in a way that you would generally never do if you're organizing a painting like that. But it happens all the time when we take photographs, you know, especially if you're just taking casual photographs on vacation, and there's always somebody's hand or a face getting cropped out who's just, you don't know, just passing around in the background. And so we see that a lot more with the artwork of artists of this era, possibly inspired by photography. Bonnard was a very avid amateur photographer. I don't think Toulouse-Lautrec was himself, but he certainly would have seen lots of photographs in this time, because there were lots of people around taking photographs, and lots of his friends were interested in photography. And I gotta say, Toulouse-Lautrec came from a very wealthy family, so if he was interested in photography, he could certainly have afforded to buy a camera for himself. But I'm just looking at images like this, like very strange cropping, like to even make a painting of someone facing away from the artist and to have all of this empty space in behind her, that is really weird. Like that's like a way, that's a like a very casual photograph. You know, that's the kind of thing that, you know, you want, let's say you're in a restaurant and you see, you know, some pretty person or a celebrity sitting on the corner, and you're just like with your phone, just take a quick photograph. Doo-doo-doo. That's how you get images like that, kind of on the sly a little bit. This is also a very famous image by Toulouse-Lautrec. This image he did of La Goulou, who, as I said, was another very famous dancer, probably only second to Jeanne Avril in this particular era of, as they call the fin de siècle Paris, or the Belle Époque, where one of the features of this particular era of history, particularly in France, is the official relaxation of a lot of social rules, I guess you could say, social norms, where women are increasingly being given more opportunities to leave the house, to go to bars, and maybe to go to bars by themselves. Like, oh my goodness, the apocalypse, right? I mean, so excuse me, I'm just gonna cough here 1 second. Had to get that out. So there's a, you know, Parisian society, French society as a whole, is changing quite dramatically during this period of history. And Toulouse-Lautrec is on the ground, like a reporter on the scene, describing that transformation, describing the kind of counterculture, bohemian lifestyle of the people in this neighborhood of Montmartre. And as I said before, Montmartre was kind of like the red light district, the party district of Paris at the time. I mean, here in Vancouver, you would it would be like our Granville Street. In Los Angeles, where I lived for, you know, a third of my life, what would be the area? That's hard to say, because not only is it like the red light district where a lot of the bars are, it's also kind of a bit of a poorer area of town. It's sort of like where, you know, the wealthy, mostly wealthy men would come to kind of slum, or, you know, slum it, as, you know, people kind of would say, where they would, you know, ride their expensive horse carriages down to this area in their expensive suits and kind of immerse themselves for a night surrounded by artists and musicians, circus performers, a lot of women, and a lot of sex workers, and so there was like this sense of sort of danger in those neighborhoods. A lot of the people living in Montmartre were on the edge of the poverty line. There was a lot of like petty crime, a lot of pests like rats. You had a lot of stray cats that were kind of encouraged because they helped take care of the vermin problem. You had a lot of like the people that worked in restaurants and cafes living in this area, a lot of young families. You had a lot of like touring groups like circus performers, because again, this is before Netflix. If you wanted to see live entertainment, you know, you'd see circus performers, acrobats, and so a lot of those people would stay in this neighborhood either for short periods. There's a lot of also short term rentals. So like Also, like in Vancouver, we have an area called the Downtown East Side. In Los Angeles, it was Skid Row. Um, in New York, you would call it maybe the East Village. Um, Kind of where I went to school in New York at a place called Cooper Union. It's certainly changed dramatically now, but back in the 60s and 70s and 80s, that's where like a lot of new music was happening. CBGBs, it was kind of a little bit of a rough area, but also very exciting kind of place to be. So here you can see all of these works, for the most part, by Toulouse-Lautrec, starting. Here's 1890s, still very kind of, you're not too dissimilar from the art you see by the Impressionists. A lot of women, in their Sunday bests with these big hats and frilly outfits, maybe literally on their way to church or something and then kind of when he moves into the Montmartre neighborhood around this same time, 1891, 92, that's when he starts going to like the cafes and the cabarets almost every night. And so he encounters a much different sector of society, as one might say. And so you could see like these like swirling lines of these dancers, and the artworks start to get more. They feel way more dynamic, way more spontaneous. He became very good friends with a lot of sex workers, and he occasionally hired them for their services. But really often what he would do is go and spend time at these brothels and would just draw them while they were relaxing between shifts, I guess. and so some of these images like these are of those women relaxing and so you start seeing all these images of these men with their top hats and their canes, these wealthy guys that are coming into the bar. A lot of them are like older men, and that's one of the features even with this painting too. Like a number of people have commented about this artwork of Jeanne Avril, of it being of there being a melancholy aspect to it, especially her expression. It's a little surprising that she doesn't have a big smile on her face. She even kind of looks a little bit tired or disgusted, probably because she's working really hard, hustling, doing a lot of very intense dancing. She was super flexible. There was a poet at the time who remarked that she was able to bend basically all the way backwards while with her feet on the ground, and her shoulders could touch the ground. Super flexible. And then often after dancing, they would go socialize with and try to, get tips and things, and probably some pretty gross old guys. Here's another poster that Toulouse-Lautrec did to advertise another bar called the Divan Japonaise. And here we also have, again, this sort of, this is Jeanne Avril. And by this time, she's become a very iconic performer. And anybody who saw this poster would immediately recognize her because of her distinctive hair color. But then you got like this creepy dude in the corner sort of, eyeing her up and down. So I think what's interesting here is we see, maybe I'll even... This image, very small, is probably the sketch that Toulouse-Lautrec did inside, at least one of the, maybe inside the Moulin Rouge of Jeanne Avril doing her dance, that he used to transform into today's artwork. So he's trying as best as possible to paint this woman while she's doing her famous dance, which a lot of movement. And so you see some of these lines he's drawing frantically, and some of them he incorporates, some of them he disregards and leaves kind of unfilled. This foot, obviously, he reworked a few times to get it into the right place. And so I just think you can see how he's kind of cleaned that artwork up for the final version, the large print that he ultimately makes. Wow, like look at that image. I mean, this looks like something an artist like Francis Bacon, the Irish English artist in the 1960s, would have made. Like these, I mean, that's a very Bacon-like artwork. An artist who we're going to be looking at in the next couple months. Like, weird. And part of me just thinks, like, part of that is an artist trying to innovate. And I gotta say, probably a little bit of it is some of the substances he's consuming, where and the frantic energy that he's doing here. You know, and part of it, maybe he does a weird little doodle and it looks kind of silly, and then he's just like, well, you know, maybe the between dances, he's like, well, let me just see if I can turn this weird scribble into something. And yeah, so pretty much from like the 1891, late 1891 through to the rest of his life, most of these works are featuring things that he saw in these various different cabarets. He starts getting commissions from various different performers and venues, and even companies asking him to do posters to promote their works. There's actually a really interesting article. Where is it here? By the Chicago Art Institute, which just really talks about how Toulouse-Lautrec was perhaps like the first person to really recognize the power of celebrity for the purposes of promoting and selling services like performances or products. And you know, perhaps, you know, is like the first person to whether he even recognized it or not at the time, the power of celebrity endorsements or product placement within an artwork or a poster, etc. Like here's an example. You can see sort of like a street in Paris where all of these posters on the wall. And so remember I was saying the majority of posters back in the day are just these like text-based, you know, with a title and all of this, you know, it's like all this reading going on. And then some of them would have a big image, but you know, it's like what, I don't know what these are, but it's just like a bunch of people standing around painted from the side. You might have another one here with a big name brand on there. But, you know, you imagine those, and then you have some artworks by Toulouse-Lautrec posted right in the middle, full of color, and you're walking by there, and you've walked by this same place dozens and dozens of times. That's going to make you stop and do a double take and be like, whoa, what am I looking at? Who's Jane Avril? And often some of these posters don't even have the names of venues or anything on them. There's just sort of like Jane Avril. You're like, and then so you kind of like, you might get to work and you're like, did anybody else see that poster of Jane Avril? What's that about? I was like, yeah, I saw that too. And then somebody's like, oh yeah, you know, she's a dancer. She performs at the Moulin Rouge on Fridays, Saturdays, and Sundays. I was there last week. Amazing. Be like, oh wow. So that's another thing too. There's a little bit of mystery to these posters. Less information where it sort of piques your interest and you can't get it out of your mind. You're seeing them all over the place, and now you're, you know, it's, you see that a little bit with like guerrilla advertising. So also here, so here's an example of the kinds of prints that were starting to appear here by Jules Charest, who is a notable poster printer, poster maker, printmaker of kind of slightly older than Toulouse-Lautrec, and they're pretty, but there's nothing, you know, as dynamic as Toulouse-Lautrec's. Whereas you see, like, so here's Jane Avril. There's an actual photo of her, basically probably after this one was created, kind of assuming that same famous pose. There's... I gotta show you this image. There's another photo of her, but where's this? Oh, okay. Here's what I wanted to show you. Is you could see, so here on the left, this is another very famous Toulouse-Lautrec image of Jane Avril, but here's a photograph of her as well, and you can see that her body is so flexible. She actually is more contorted, or bending her body in an even more dynamic fashion than even Toulouse-Lautrec did in his own artwork. I just think that's very funny, because it's almost like one of those things that had Toulouse-Lautrec painted her in the similar way to how what she was capable of doing, people would be like, that's weird, that's bizarre, that's too strange, nobody can do that. And then, so it's probably one of those things is, you might see that poster and be like, wow, she's pretty flexible, and then you go see her and like, you don't even know how flexible she is. She can do, that's only like a third of what she's capable of doing. Oh man, I could talk for hours and hours about this. Let me just see. Maybe I just want to show a few different versions of this painting. This one's in the collection of the Museum of Modern Art in New York City. This version is in the Metropolitan Museum of Art, also in New York City. This version is at the Chicago Art Institute. This one is at the Princeton Museum of Art. And I'm just showing you these just so we can just sort of see that same image reproduced, how it appears in slightly different collections. And obviously the printing process would be done over and over with different results, maybe slightly brighter colors, deeper colors, so you could see, and different paper stocks as well. So here's again the MoMA. There's one from the Met. I mean, look how much more dark and saturated those blacks are, as opposed to the one from MoMA. Right, the one at Chicago Art Institute is a little bit darker. Where's the Princeton Museum? I'm actually surprised. I was hoping these would look a little bit more different than they did side by side. Yeah, I mean, we're also going to notice there's differences in the speckle technique that was another major innovation by Toulouse-Lautrec, something that certainly no printer would have done before him. I mean, yeah, you really see the difference between these two, right? Like in these areas here, right, very different. And here's his final resting place, not too far away from his original birthplace in the south of France. And yeah, I mean, when I think of Toulouse-Lautrec, I think of a man who was deeply insecure and used alcohol as a way of sort of pushing back some of those feelings, and led a very tragic life. At the same time, there are lots of people who've had terrible things happen to them that aren't anywhere near as productive as he was. So yes, while he did indulge and imbibe to excess, and that was ultimately led to his death, it is also to his credit that he was able to be as prolific and accomplish as much and have such a deep influence on other future generations and the artists of his time, despite the kind of the things that he had going against him. So I choose to kind of look a little bit more on the positive side of things. And, you know, it's a great, I think it's just a tremendous tragedy that he died at such a young age, when he really, for only, as I said, 13 years or so of his life, when he was really very productive. And we can only imagine what he would have created had he lived for another couple generations. I just want to see here before I move on if they have some of his last works here that are much less well known. The circus illustrations. I mean, you can see there's lots of stuff to look at here, and this is just barely touching the tip of the iceberg here. As I said, there's over 5,000 drawings, 7,000 or 750 or so paintings, and then 350 large prints that he did. And we're here on Wiki Art. There's only 300 images. Okay, I think these start to be some of them here. So towards the very end of his life, when he was really in the depths of his alcoholism, he was committed to a sanatorium. And in that sanatorium, basically, they were going to commit him for the rest of his life. And what he did as a way to convince the doctors that he had recovered is he made this series of artworks, circus related images, of which we see them here. And so these are images he created from memory as a way of demonstrating that his hand wasn't shaking, he had all of his faculties, and he was still able to be very creative. And he described these drawings as the art that saved his life or bought his freedom. Unfortunately, that freedom meant that, here's 1899, they let him out of that sanatorium, and a year and a half later, he's dead because of alcoholism. So, and that's not, there's lots of stories of tragic stories of that happening to actors and musicians who are on the road to recovery but just can't quit it, and it ends up taking them down. So here's some of the images he made during that brief time when he's out on his own again, and some of them are really beautiful. I think generally, often I've heard people call this the examination of the Faculty of Medicine, his final painting. You do see, though, that these last paintings, they actually kind of a bit of a callback to his work he was doing when he was before he had moved to Montmartre. So they're kind of inspired by the Impressionists, but they're also they're pretty dark, and they remind me a lot of the work of Edvard Munch, another artist often associated with post-impressionism, or especially expressionism. Edvard Munch, famous for the scream, right? And if we look at a lot of these late Toulouse-Lautrec paintings, they are, in fact, let's just take one quick look and then we'll start up here. Are there any images in this article? Come on. So these are also late Edvard Munch paintings, and you can also see that similar kind of distortion, relaxation with like perspective, distortions in the figures and very bright. Well, his earlier colors are way more saturated, but also these faces just tend to be kind of dark and indistinct. And so I see that in Toulouse-Lautrec. In fact, what is the year these are produced? Yeah, this is 1919, 1921. So you could see that, and I'm sure that Edvard Munch would have been aware of the work of Toulouse-Lautrec, no doubt, for sure. Because by this time, by 19, I mean, they lived at one point during the same period of time, but Edvard Munch is a little bit of a younger. Actually, is he younger generation? Let's before I just start making stuff up. Born 1863. Oops. So Edvard Munch is actually a year older than Toulouse-Lautrec. Obviously, outlived him by another like 40 years, but interesting. So they would have been similarly inspired. Okay, I'm going to move on here. Just before I do, oh my goodness, look at all these comments. I'm sorry I haven't... everyone's talking about being sick and the cold weather. Oh, Kathy, your brother-in-law passed away last week. I'm sorry to hear that. He did look a lot like the guy in the poster I just finished. Oh, wow. Oh my goodness, all these... Okay, I gotta scroll. Trying to see if there's anybody saying anything that I need to mention here, not ear. Singa says, I love what Michael's doing, and the page is amazing. He has such passion, and it's all for free, and to get feedback is amazing. Kathy says, yes, we're so lucky to have all this expertise that Michael shares with us. And Lolly says, Michael, you could talk for hours, and I swear I could listen too. Oh, Senga says, I love how you teach about the artists. Lolly says, one of the reasons why Michael's streams are better than the rest. I love the history and biography part. I learned so much. Oh my goodness. Wow. You guys are so generous, so sweet. Wow. Okay. I gotta start painting here because what are we? Oh my goodness, Michael. Okay. When you say I can talk for hours, Lolly, you are not far off. I talked for like another hour or over, more than an hour. When I was planning, I was thinking to myself, I might have like 10 minutes of stuff to say for this episode. And yeah, clearly I don't. A little bit more. Okay, so let's move on here. Now that we've got the canvas primed and we've done our image transfer and even added an extra coat of paint to kind of simulate the look of aged paper, let's take a look. Do we need to do an underpainting, or can we just go right into the background? Well, I mean, there's two ways we could go about it. We could do all of this black outlining right now and then paint the colors inside. But then I think what we would want to do is then go back over all those lines and just clean those edges up with another layer of black. And since this image is really not that complex in terms of color, I think we should just skip right over the outlines and go right to the background. So let's do that. So what we're going to do now is we're just going to start painting in some solid colors, and then we're going to do the outlines afterwards. So looking at this, where do we want to start? I mean, my eye just keeps going right to this bright orange here. So I think I'll do the orange and the yellow, or maybe I should do the yellow first because I can paint that and then add red to it, and boom, I got an orange. So I'm always trying to think of like what's the most efficient way of going about this. So if we look at that yellow, that's a pretty lime yellow, pretty cool yellow, and this is a bit more of a warmer orange. So maybe I'm not going to use the same yellow after all. Let's get out a brush here. So let's start with our cool yellow. I wonder if I can just use the cool yellow on its own without any white in there. You know what? I am going to put a bit of white in here to lighten it up. Just going to make a bigger batch so I don't have to remix it halfway through. That white is going to overpower a little bit of the background and just make this color a bit more, well, at this moment it's going to be a little bit dull, but I think I'm going to paint yellow on top of it again afterwards. So let's bring these two side up by side. I'm going to start from the head and work my way down. Focus on that. Okay, good. So I'm going to take this kind of dull yellow. So I'm glad that I put as much medium in here as I did, because that's really going to help me see my pencil lines. If I didn't put all that medium in here, this would be very hard. I probably wouldn't be able to see any of my pencil lines at all. It would just be too opaque. The other thing too is adding that little bit of yellow into this paint is also going to help this, or adding a little bit of white into this paint is going to help that yellow be more bright and visible when I paint just the yellow over top of this shortly here. And well, we'll see. I mean, I could leave it as is. I mean, it's looking pretty close. But as you may know, I like my bright colors, so I think I'm gonna... Oh, I shoot. Okay. I just noticed all that speckling there. Now that I'm doing this, I think maybe I should have done that speckling first. So we'll paint this in, and then I think I'm gonna do the speckle next, because that way I can wipe anything I don't like away. That one nice thing about using... Oh, oops, that's in the wrong place, isn't it? So you got to notice those things quickly in order to make those changes or deletions. Glad I spotted that as soon as I did. Okay, let me just clean these brushes. Okay. How do I want to do all that speckling? Do I want to cut all that out again? Man, there's a lot of speckling in this image. The way that he would have done this is either using multiple stones, or probably that's what he was doing. So he could kind of be pretty messy, and that image, you could just easily wipe that off the stone when before you print it, or the printing plate. Okay, let's I'm not going to worry about making it perfect cut out here. Okay. So I'm gonna blow dry. Maybe I'll just let that dry for a moment. Let's mix up some black. Last time I made a black, and then I just used medium, I think, to thin it. Yeah, let's do that. Okay, I keep thinking I could use, you can hear glazing, or not glazing, fluid acrylic would probably be the best thing for this. Should I do that for this painting since no, yeah, yes, let's do it for the reason last episode I made my own kind of splatter that I applied in a few different places, just using, I think it was the matte medium, and I made my own black, and then I used the a toothbrush. This time let's use some of the medium, or not medium, fluid acrylic. Oh, my brain. Just gonna give it a good shake. Again, you can hear how how fluid it is. Right? It's pre-mixed with a medium that makes it very, very fluid, and that allows us to paint. But it's also very opaque. It's not as thin as if we were just to add medium to our paint. It's made specifically for doing very nice sinuous kind of lines. Okay, I'm gonna... Okay. Let's just do a little practice run here. So I'm getting this paintbrush with the fluid acrylic. This is my black. Right, and I put it on a toothbrush. Let's just show another angle here. Oops. Let's move this out of the way. Right. How can I show this on camera here? Oh yeah, that goes even better, right? Works really nice. So you can see I'm just using my thumb to kind of quickly go over, and it gets nice sprays. You want to be careful about not doing kind of too much from the side, because then you might start getting some longer like blood splat. We kind of want everything to be pointing straight down, so ideally we're kind of holding it above. It's hard to kind of see, but my paintbrush is, rather than being angled and doing it this way, I'm trying to go straight up and down. Maybe it's easier if I show it like that. Okay. And also that's going to help doing this where I get less splatters kind of shooting out underneath my little paper here. You know, I am just thinking about, before I paint this, now that I'm thinking about it, it might be worth doing a light kind of glaze of kind of a gray over that surface, now that I'm thinking about it. Okay, I know this is I've started 3 different things, but now when I look at this, you can see that, I mean, I could spend the next 20 minutes trying to build up a lot of little splatters, but I think he's not just splatters in this area. I'm going to help with that. I'm going to make my own black. Let's take some yellow, cool blue, mix that up, make a nice green. In fact, I might change my mind again. Now that I'm looking at this, there is this green in this artwork. Maybe I'm going to start by painting this. So if there was ever any doubt that I'm making this stuff up as I go along, then here, this is my thinking process. You know, I looked at this, I'm making this green, I'm about to mix a black, and I'm like, hey, I just mixed green. Why don't I just use that color right now? Right? So let's just do that. Paint this cool green. I mean, as I look at this, it looks like maybe he might have used a bit of, like, instead of cool yellow, a warm yellow in here, but if I want to change it, I could, but that's going to be okay. Okay. So I'm going to come back to that green later, because maybe there is a bit, maybe that should be a warm green. So anyway, let's now take some warm red and mix this into the color. You might put a bit too much red there. Okay. So I'm going to take that and I'm going to do a of a glaze with it. Geez, glazing fluid. Yeah. Since I'm using mediums we don't always use all the time, let's use some glazing fluid. Let's just wipe off excess paint here. One of the reasons I'm using glazing fluid instead of matte medium is because how complex this shape is. And the matte medium, or sorry, the glazing medium takes a lot longer to dry and gives me a bit more flexibility in terms of time with kind of getting rid of some of those brushstroke shapes. I'm going to be able to kind of hide them a little bit. Whereas the matte medium dries so quickly that I might have all of these kind of lines kind of baked in. See how I can still go in and just brush that out. I think this is also just about the right amount of value here, darkness. I could go darker, as we saw, like the one at the Metropolitan Museum was significantly darker than the one at the Museum of Modern Art, the version of this print, right? So depending on what stage of the printing process, you know, sometimes prints them as you print them, they get a little different. The first one, that's why often the first few are sometimes well, sometimes they're the best ones because the plate is nice and fresh. And then sometimes the first ones are kind of a little bit awkward because they're just figuring out the proportions of the inks and things. Now this does look maybe a little bit more purple on camera than it actually is in real life. I did mix this black myself, and it could be a little bit more purple, but it's also because the camera is a little bit more sensitive to reds, and so it's probably amplifying the red that's in that black, making it look a little bit more on the purpley side. Senga has got an exhibition in Glasgow. Wow, cool. Way to go, Senga. Well, Wally asks, what advice would you have to someone for exhibiting and selling the first time? That's a big question. I mean, it even depends on whether you've got an exhibit already. If you've got an exhibit set up already, that's a big leap to begin with. And then when it comes to the exhibition and selling the work, let me think about it as we go here. I want to get this. Advice I would have for people just who are selling their work, exhibiting for the first time. Probably the first thing I would say is probably a good idea to have low expectations the first time around. And I think it's good for any business to radically underestimate one's performance. I mean, I took a small business class at a local university here in Vancouver years ago, and so many of the other students in the class, you know, were had just, I mean, they were very ambitious, which I'm all for ambition, but their expectations of what they were going to be able to do were so unrealistic that I was just sitting there thinking, like, oh man, this is going to be so sad. You're going to put in your life savings and you're expected to make $1 million in the first year on your restaurant? Like, oh man, this is like, you know, you're like, I don't know, I feel sorry for that family. Like, you're gonna be, you're you know, putting that your house up for sale. If, like, oh, like, and sometimes there's artists who have that same sort of thing. Oh yeah, each of these I've never exhibited before, but each one of these artworks should sell for about $5,000 each, and probably won't be too long before the Museum of Modern Art adds 1 or 2 of these to their collection. And it's like, oh no, I don't know, buddy. That would be excellent if it happened, but I wouldn't hold your breath on that. Okay. So having really low expectations is great. Just trying to get, again, just any business, I think it's better to underestimate, and then you've got a plan for what's going to happen if it doesn't work out exactly the way you want. Let me just try this again, now that that paint's been sitting out there for a little bit. Okay, it's still good. Not quite as splattery as it once was, so I think what I'm going to do is just get some fresh paint on here. I was thinking I could add some medium, I could add water to it. This is my carbon black fluid acrylic. Okay, looks like we're good to go. advice could I give? Okay, let's see how this looks. That's pretty good. Okay. Backside's pretty good. Just want to be careful about using that stencil a second time and possibly having ink on there that could stamp everywhere. I will say, probably Toulouse-Lautrec wouldn't have used his finger. Probably used it like a card to kind of along the toothbrush like that. I do want to see. I've got a bit of ink splatters on here. Uh-oh, am I just making things worse? I do have a little bit of paint left over that I could use to touch that up. Maybe I'll end up doing that. But that looks pretty cool. That's very close to what he's got on there too, right? I could keep on going, but I think that's probably enough. That green, though, that's going to be trickier for me to do. I think what I want to do is blow dry this. So some of the little bit larger blobs of paint are still a little bit wet. I think I have a little bit of my paint left over from my background layer. I'm just gonna... I mean, it's not important to me that it's perfect. It's just like if I've got the paint here, it doesn't hurt to give it a little bit of a touch up. I'm going to blow dry that and just actually do that as a second coat. Actually, probably the worst part was where I tried to do a little touch-up or try to wipe that paint away, and it kind of smeared a little bit, so... If anything, I'm now just trying to incorporate my repair job into the overall picture a little bit better. So that it's a little bit less conspicuous. It's kind of visible, isn't it? At least on camera. Yeah, maybe, well, it is what it is. I might need to change this water. That I didn't really dry that brush off very well. Okay, let me change my water. I rarely ever clean my water. I've probably done it maybe once or twice over the past 3 years. Generally, I can get away with using the same thing of water for 6-7 hours of a painting. So, me just putting my brush covered in black paint directly into the water is what ruined the water. I just wasn't. I'm not. All of my faculties are not completely with me today. Oh, look, there's Chase there saying hello. Okay. Some of those blobs are still a little bit. It doesn't surprise me that using this fluid acrylic has a little bit more, the drying time is slower than it is when I'm using other more heavy body acrylic paints, because probably the same thing that's in that fluid acrylic is probably not too dissimilar than what's inside the glazing fluid or slow dry medium. It's what's going to allow it to get a little bit more fluid lines, because I mean that's literally what I mixed into my black paint last week to do similar splatters when I was using the heavy body instead of using this fluid acrylic. So I'm glad I switched it up with this episode. I'm always interested to see how one material behaves a little bit differently than the others. So I want to do this with that green now. I think I'm going to try mixing a cool blue and warm yellow. Yeah, that's closer to the color I want. Let's see, it's a slightly more grassy green than the original, no big deal. And so let's do this. I'm going to take my glazing fluid. Put that in there. In fact, maybe just before I mix this up, let's just paint. Yeah, it's probably too subtle to even show up on camera. But this is just a little bit more, slightly more neutral, slightly darker green than the original, or than the cool green that I painted here. Not the original, not Toulouse-Lautrec, but just a reminder that you don't always get it right the first time. There's a lot of kind of back and forth playing around when you're... Sorry, that's probably going to make the microphone all testy. Okay, so take my fluid acrylic, mix this... Or no, taking my glazing fluid, mix this into my green here. This is with warm yellow and cool blue. Senga, it's 2:30 in the morning. Oh my goodness, you should go to bed. I appreciate that you're still here up keeping me company, but my goodness. Chase says, have you seen The Homecoming by Newell Conver's wife? No. Is this another scary artwork here that you're trying to convert me to look at? I'll take a look at it here. Oh, and that's N.C. Wyeth's. I was gonna say it's. I mean, I knew the Wyeth family, but I didn't know that was what N.C. Wyeth stands for. Oh, that's a lovely painting. I'll just... Are you gonna tell me there's something terrible and scary about this painting that I don't know already about? That's great. Yeah, that's a lovely painting. I mean, N.C. Wyeth and really all of the Wyeth family it's a very famous family of illustrators. That would be a lovely painting to do, but I also would be a bit time consuming to try to pull that one off. Okay. Back to the matter at hand. Let's think. Do I want to cut her shape out? Maybe. let's do a little bit of green splatters on here now. Let's just make sure we don't have any big globs of black that we're about to splatter, get all over this image. Looks like we're going to be okay. Brush is a bit wet. Maybe that's not such a bad thing. A little bit of moisture probably is going to help. Let's get some of our green on here. Let's see how it looks. Yeah, I'll just use my finger again. Okay, good. It's a little bit finer spray than when I used the fluid acrylic for the same purpose. Not really showing up on camera very well, is it? Probably should have had that here. So it's a much finer mist, which is actually not bad, but you know, it's not what I was kind of hoping for. It's a little bit more kind of shapes. I'm gonna need to mix just a little bit more medium in here. Okay, let's just do a little bit of a reveal here before I move on. Pretty cool, actually. That covered things really well. So, you know, the results I got from this are actually, I'm really surprised at how effective that is. He does have, oh, I don't like that, that border. How did that happen? My stencil was a little bit crooked. Can you see? How did, that was just me not paying attention clearly. But, you know, that could just be the misregistration. Let's chalk it up to a misregistration problem. The printer on this painting was incompetent. I have a mind to, you know, hard to find good help these days, isn't it? This is what happens when you get, fingers are all dirty, fingerprints just seem to start going everywhere. So it looks like I need to mix a bit more paint. I'm just not quite enough to get this done. So let's take our cool blue and warm yellow again. Because now I keep adding more and more fluid to this and it's just getting more and more transparent. So let's just... I got... I don't want to move this, but I got paint all over here. Okay, let's just finish this, and then I'll clean my one mess up at a time here. So that looks great. But look what happened all the way over here. All that overspray. Okay, so let's see if I can clean that up quickly. I'm actually really surprised at how well that came off. That's the benefit of having a little bit of medium in that paint because it slows the drying time down. In fact, that worked better than the fluid acrylic. So my recommendation might be actually to use fluid, or to use glazing fluid as opposed to using the fluid acrylic for this exercise, this technique. Now he does have little bits elsewhere. Do I want to just keep it like that? Like in his... I mean, let's just look at these side by side, in fact. So there is little bits of green spray in and around there. Before I do that, Michael, you should blow dry. Yeah, just as I suspected, I smudged a bit of that, so. Just, this episode's full of things not to do. So let's blow dry that since I just mentioned it. Well, it's coming along. Oh, that yellow, darn it. Oh no, I did do that in the right, okay. Okay. Don't need a lot of it, just a little bit of overspray. Probably should just walk away from there. This is my painting sweater, but, you know, I don't want, if I can, keep it a little bit nicer. It's nice to kind of get a little bit of paint. Keep it a little bit nicer as long as possible. It's lasted me a couple years thus far. That's probably good enough for now. I just want to get a bit of splatters around there, maybe. Yeah, good enough, good enough. Let's move on, Michael. We've been putzing around doing this stuff for a while. Well, everyone's like, I'm half asleep. People falling asleep while I'm painting. I'm gonna consider that a compliment. Chase says, just so you know, the homecoming is about a World War II veteran coming home. Yes, I assumed so, for sure, absolutely. Considering the clothing and everything he's wearing, for sure. Okay, I'm going to blow dry all of this. Wow, there's still some areas of this black that I can still see that are wet. I'm assuming that's... Oh, maybe it's just a bit glossy. That's... I think doing this technique is going to make this look so cool when it's done. And, you know, before I put together this episode, this is I'm using this splatter technique here. I've used it before in other paintings, and this is something a lot of illustrators use, but it never occurred to me that Toulouse-Lautrec did this. I never really looked that closely at this work, nor did I realize that he was really one of the major innovators of this, that very few people had ever done it. I mean, he might have been one of the first ones to do this at all. And so it begs the question, where did this come from? Is this something that he picked up looking at Japanese prints? Maybe? I don't know. I've never thought about that in Japanese art, so that's just something for me going forward to see if I can track down the origin of this technique. Okay. Just blow dried it. Let's go back to that yellow now. maybe in fact, I'm going to split this into another, put an intertitle here. Now that we've done a lot of splattering, where the base, the stand-up bases and the green up and around Jean Avril, let's go in, and I wanted to add another layer of yellow over top of the previous one. Let's do the orange, and then basically I think we're in the territory where we can start doing the outlining in black. So let's get... I need some more cool yellow. Because this time I want to use cool yellow without any white in it. It's going to make that yellow look even more vibrant. And I think Toulouse-Lautrec would approve mostly. I mean, one thing though with Toulouse-Lautrec's work is some of it is a little bit, the colors are somewhat kind of muddy at times. So much so that I showed last week where the director John Huston, who directed the original Moulin Rouge from 1952, purposely sort of desaturated some of the colors. He wanted the Technicolor, which is normally associated with very bright, intense, saturated color. He deliberately had those colors muted a little bit in order to capture some of the qualities of Lautrec's art. But I wonder, it's always so hard to say, like, how much of those colors, the look of those colors, was as a result of deliberate decisions or the limitations of the material, like of the printmaking ink, for instance. Like, did he want a yellow like as bright as the yellow I'm painting right now? So this is if I wanted to be as close to his, I think the previous yellow I had was adequate. But and this yellow I used cool yellow with white, but now I'm just painting cool yellow all by itself right out of the tube into these places. And by painting over the cool yellow with white, it's going to guarantee that this color is about as intensely saturated as I can get, because there's less of the paper below coming through this color and optically mixing. That's good. In fact, I may even do that a second time here now. I'm going to blow dry that and do a little more. While he's trying to sleep. I should start tracking the number of people I've helped sleep with my videos. Maybe that's One of my strengths is putting people to sleep. I'm sure some of my students, my university students, would be like, yeah, totally. You're really good at that. Okay, now I guess oh, there's black there. That's not too hard. There's always more and more and more, isn't there? Every time I look at a painting, I just see more detail. These little scraps of paper floating around. I think I've lost the top of her head. Probably blew away when I was blow drying at some point. Oh, here we go. Now, be a nice sharp blade here. Okay, let's blow dry this. Should I? Yeah, I'm gonna clean this tooth. Okay. Let's use that same. I'm going to use my fluid black acrylic again. So I'm glad, you know, I put that down. You could see the splatters that would have been on the bottom part of that painting. Wow, okay. Let's put that down. Goodness, I hope that's the last splattering I gotta do in this painting. My goodness. Chase, you're trying to scare everyone again? Yeah, Hereditary is very good. Very scary, too. Awesome. That's a good movie. It's also not just a scary movie, but a good movie. Okay. Oh, let's do her, like, orange in her dress now. So, I need some... all of this. Just gonna clear all this out of the way. Less things in the way, less things that I can get my finger on my clothes and on my painting. So let's mix this orange in her dress there on the left. Chase says, Mike, which is better, oil paint or acrylic? It just depends on what it is you want to do with your art, and what kind of art you want to make, and what kind of space you have to make work in. And so there's no better or worse, it's just different. There's lots of different types of art materials out there. It's just finding the one that suits you the most. I think, let's try, I was going to say this might be a little bit too orangey. Maybe I want a little bit more reddish, but yeah, let's put a bit more red in there. I mean, acrylic is the newest major art material, and it's been around now for about 60 years. And it's way more accepted than it ever was. When it was first introduced, there was a lot of people like, yeah, I don't know, we'll see, give it 5 years, I bet you this is a passing fad. And there was a lot of worry about its archival abilities. Is it possible you'd make a painting with acrylic and 5 years later it would all just yellow and turn brown? That hasn't happened. So we have a bit more confidence that if you paint in acrylic, that your paintings will be okay. The reason acrylic is so popular these days is because acrylic paint, it's a lot easier to use acrylic paint at home, because the smell is far, I mean, it basically doesn't have a smell. Oil paint does have a smell. I personally love the smell of oil paint, but not everybody feels that way. Oil paint also is much more difficult to clean up. You usually need some sort of solvent. I know there's now water-based acrylic paint, which kind of defies my mind as to how that's even possible, but you know, there's a lot of stuff that gets made these days that I don't understand how that works, but it does exist. Water-soluble oil paint. That's very new. I'm gonna blow dry that, and then I'm gonna, especially in some of these little areas where I was using less paint, probably paint that over again. I mean, the main difference between acrylic and oil paint is just drying time. There's lots of other things, but that's the main thing. And that makes a huge difference if you're painting at home, because if you've got family or roommates, acrylic is better for that, because you can make a painting like this on your kitchen table, and then if somebody says, okay, gotta pack it up, I'm about to serve dinner in 5 minutes, you know, your painting is probably dry within minutes. You can put it on a shelf and come back to it later on. You don't have to worry about the cat stepping all over it and leaving paw prints all over the house. Whereas oil paint, like when I still to occasionally paint, like when I used to paint all the time in oil, but it always felt more like I needed a whole day, so that if once I start cleaning up, okay, we're done. You know, it's a bit more involved. It felt always harder to just run outside or run to the studio and paint for 20 minutes in oil paint, because of just the cleanup process. Although because oil paint takes longer to dry, technically you could, you know, just walk away and come back the next day and clean up. You can go to Hawaii for a week and come back and just pick up your paintbrush and start painting again because it takes so long to dry. But not everybody's got a studio space that they can just, drop everything and walk away for days or hours and not have to worry about, other people in their space. I mean, I could do that in my studio space, but I have a dedicated studio space. And if you're a beginner painter, you probably don't have a dedicated space that you can just leave, right? So it's a lot easier to begin with acrylic paint and learn with acrylic, and then if you want, switch to oil paint. Okay, let's blow dry that, and I think we're done this step and ready to move forward. I know it seems like it's been a while since we've even talked about the foreground, but the foreground is really the last step for this artwork. We've laid in all of the colors, done all the splattering, and the black is really the last step, and that's really going to help bring this artwork together. And the work as we see it right now in front of me is probably very similar to the way that Toulouse-Lautrec would have seen his prints when they first came through these various different color separations, right? And I don't know which color came first, doesn't really matter. But it would have looked, you would have had dozens, hundreds of sheets of paper that probably looked exactly like this. And then the final step would be to ink up the black outlines and apply that over top. And so that's what we're going to do next. So if yours looks kind of strange and weird, and I love the way it looks right now. But now we're going to start putting the figure back in here that's sort of been lost underneath all of this. So let's even just, where should we start here? Do we want to do the lettering here first? Like green paint? Yeah, I mean, why not? Let's start with that green. I'm gonna mix that color up again. So I need some more cool blue. Okay, so let's take our cool blue here and our warm yellow. So this gives us a kind of I really like cool blue a lot. A really beautiful color. And then we're adding that warm yellow to it. Gives it kind of a grassy green. If we put a lot more cool blue into this mixture, we're going to get like a racing green kind of color, which is, again, a beautiful color. Different than if we mixed the warm blue with the cool, or sorry, the warm blue with the warm yellow. We would get a bit more of just less of that cool cerulean look. It would be darker and more yellow, a much warmer color. This is kind of a bit more neutral green, or no, sorry, a bit more a bit cooler green, but not as certainly as cool as if we just used cool yellow with the cool blue, obviously. So my only worry is that there's going to be some areas that are still wet. That's still tacky on her dress, but I shouldn't need to paint in that area. Probably should have done all the outlining before I started widening and thickening that line, but I'm deliberately thickening this line in order to hide a little bit of the spaces in between the letters where there's no splatters. So this text is going to be darker and more visible than the original. And we'll see if that's at all problematic. I don't think it's going to be a major issue, but just something to kind of highlight and track. these original artworks, these prints that he made, these posters are big. They're what, like 50 inches tall by like 41 or something, which is about as wide as a sheet of plywood, and 50 inches is like 4 feet kind of thing. So it's basically about as tall as Toulouse-Lautrec was himself. So you're talking like these are big artworks. So if you're like, all this details is tricky, how did Toulouse do it? Well, he didn't. His were gigantic paintings. They're not gigantic, but they're basically life size to him. And so it wasn't all that tricky at all for him to do some of these small little things, because they weren't small. I see there's these little serifs on this font. Obviously, I'm not getting much of that at all. And that text seems to have grown as it went across from left to right. So I'm widening them. I do want to make sure that the line, that these Jane and Avril do not touch, to make it very clear that they're two separate words. Oh, I just noticed that I'm putting serifs on the top of this A where there's actually no serifs. So I forget to do the serifs in the places where the serifs are, and I put serifs where there's not serifs. So just in case anybody was thinking I'm an anti-serif or anti-serifite, I'm not. I'm just not paying attention. Yeah, so way thicker, way more visible than originally. Not bad though, no, not a big deal. There are a few places where a little bit of the speckles are inside. But I think that's okay. I do notice as well that there's a little bit of this line here. That works well. I'm going to put just a little... tiny dots around there to make it look like splatters. Okay. Now some of the, I think these are actually some black lines under here, but I'm going to paint them green. So what that tells me actually is maybe the black outlines were an earlier part of the printing process. I thought the black lines were last, but these clearly show that these lines were probably printed before and have got paint on them subsequently, or ink on top of them. Okay. Yeah, I mean, one thing I could have done is used a bit more of a diluted green, so it wouldn't have been so opaque. But I don't mind that's as dark and as present as it actually is. I think that's more than fine. Yeah, no big deal. I guess the question in my mind, should I use the black that I've mixed or the black that I splattered? Because the black that I mixed is paint that I made, black that I mixed myself. The black that I splattered was from is a much darker black. I'm going to try using the black that I've mixed. We'll see how far I can get with that. Maybe actually I'm just going to blow dry this. Or should I just use a Posca pen? Let me think about that. Now that I'm thinking about it, obviously Posca pen I could be done this whole painting in 20 minutes if I do. Maybe I will. I just noticed her lips, which I had yet to paint, and I'm going to use my same orange that I made for her dress. Maybe I will use a Posca pen. Yeah. And there might be a few places where I'll use a brush to just get that brush-like appearance. It's going to save me a lot of time. So if you've never used a Posca pen before, a Posca pen is acrylic paint. It's an acrylic paint pen. They're fantastic. They're really, really handy for sure. Let's give it a little shake. You can see there's that cartridge inside. It slides around back and forth to help activate the paint. Or just mix the paint up. The reason why you don't need to shake your acrylic paint tubes when they're like heavy body or even soft body paint is because the medium inside there is so thick it's that the paint can't really, the pigment can't really settle at all. So unlike, let's say, fluid acrylic where it's fluid and you've got pigment, which is going to be heavier than the fluid and eventually settle to the bottom, you'd want to shake that up a little bit. So that cartridge is just helping to, because that's similar to what's inside here. Basically, it wouldn't surprise me if, honestly, the exact same thing that's in here is in a Posca pen. Or different brand, different company, so different proprietary mix of chemicals, but for all intents and purposes, the same thing. Okay, so where should we start here? Let's just double check that this is going to work. Just take my Posca pen, scrap piece of paper. Great. Let's go. Let's start kind of towards her head up here. In a moment. Maybe I'll leave a little bit of a gap here. So a lot of my pencil lines I can't quite see in this neighborhood, so I'm kind of just building based on what I can see, and then later on I'm going to come back and kind of fill in the details that I couldn't see. I think I'm gonna continue down here because now all that's wet, so I want to let that dry while I, in fact, let's do this side here. Come back there. Went in a slightly different direction. Probably means a completely different musical note. here. Okay. So remember I said those lines are going to get a little bit squiggly. Might as well start with straight lines. Well, there's a good example. Okay. That's turning out okay. Let's look at this instrument here. I might even go to my own drawing to help with this. Where's the neck here? What am I looking at here? I know there's a few things missing there. Okay, where is this line? It's somewhere in here, isn't it? Come back over to the far right. This is Toulouse-Lautrec's signature for printmaking right here. There's the Henri, Toulouse-Lautrec. So T, H, and L right in there. Oh, those are glasses on that ear. Okay, I looked at this hundreds of times, and sometimes it just takes a while before things click, right? I cannot see any detail in here whatsoever. So again, I'm going to build out what I can see, what I can identify, and then come back. Is a loop. We're going to come I'm just, you know, the more I look at it, I'm like, wow, that's wild. This is someone's like hair or something going on here. Wow. Okay. Let's see what else. Let's do the so what I'm going to do, remember this misregistration? I'm going to turn this all black right here. Okay, I'm going to blow dry all of this here. And I think I'm going to use, I'm going to do a little bit of painting, but I'm going to use my fluid acrylic for painting to help perhaps keep the, so we've got my really dark lines. If I use my black, which is kind of now a little bit gummy, I mixed that a couple hours ago. I'm instead going to use my fluid acrylics. It's much easier to paint small details, outlines with fluid acrylic than it is with heavy body, and to try to thin it down, because it's not like it's not a toothpaste texture. It's more like an ink-like texture. So where should I go? Maybe I'll start top left corner again. So my goal here, just like in the original, is not to cover up. I make it, this is a solid line. I'm trying to give it a little bit of kind of a bit of a broken line there. So you can see kind of a combination of the fluid acrylics and the Posca pen can create really cool effects. Like I can, just by widening some lines, I can almost kind of give the illusion that I did the whole thing with a brush rather than with a pen. Generally, the wider lines should, you know, carry like a sense of like a weight, like that it's like a bit of a shadow underneath the fabric or some, right? I mean, I can do this same sort of thing with a Posca pen. Obviously, I could kind of enlarge, thicken some lines, but this is going to make it, just do it really nicely. So this brings this bit more of like a handmade, painterly quality back into this artwork. I'm going to make this little thing on her foot look a little bit bigger so it's clearly intentional and not a little blob of paint there. Same thing. That side like that. So these lines of the base are much wider, which makes sense because this is something that's much closer to us. And the closer things are, the kind of darker they're going to appear. There's a lot of stuff going on in here that I can't see. Well, maybe I'm going to do a little bit more of the inking, and then we'll come back around and see how it appeared in other versions of this painting. So let's do this here. You know what? I'm gonna do the hand and things first. That way I don't get my hand in the way and smear paint all over the place here. mean, it is weird. Like this, I love this area the more I look at it because of how strange it is. So wild. I mean, now I can see what I'm looking at, but for the longest time I couldn't. Let's come up to the... Let's, this little cog here, let's draw this. Let's take a look. Getting pretty close here. Maybe I'm just gonna check how. Oh, that's it. So what I'm looking at is this area at the top of the base here. See if in these other prints that exist. The one at the Art Institute. All those lines and dots and dashes. You can also see more clearly in here. It's almost like little brush marks, that he's got going on there. Do I want to? It's even kind of a little bit darker in the center. Do I want to do that? Or might just leave it like that. Well, I think I'm gonna think about it for a moment. I'm gonna blow dry all this and then we're gonna move on. I think all this is dry. It's hard to tell because this fluid acrylic is actually quite glossy. And that works well with the Posca pen too, because the Posca pen is actually kind of a little bit matte. So at least it shows that there's kind of a couple different surfaces there. I find sometimes the Posca pen all by itself can look a little bit odd. We are almost done. What I want to do now is do the face of Jane Avril, and maybe are we ready to walk away? So, let's go to the original. So I can barely see any of these facial features, so maybe I'm just going to lightly identify. I wonder if I want to do little dots. In her eyes, or is that good enough? Would it look like if there was little spots? I might keep it like that. If I try to do darker lines underneath, I think just with the terms of the scale that I have, I'm not sure I can pull that off. I mean, that kind of makes her look like her eyes are closed while she's dancing, and a little bit more, less sort of exhausted and tired, which I get. Yeah, I could kind of change the meaning of this work a little bit. I'm going to think about it. I'm going to come back down over here. Just a little bit of over splatter here. So I'm just going to turn these into some lines. Incorporate them a little bit. I think, oh, there's a couple of these diagonals on the floorboards. Where is that? There's one right by her foot. Nothing like that on the other side, right? There is all of these little hatch marks in there. I don't know if that's necessary, though. I do have a green Posca pen. I'm just wondering about if I should use that to try to tidy anything up or not. Do I want to darken glaze or anything over there? Am I the only one who's going to notice that? I'm just out of curiosity, let's just see how... Okay, it actually works pretty well. I typically don't like relying on Posca pens too much. Oh, that looks definitely very different, doesn't it? I don't mind it. Obviously, because I'm continuing to use it. Okay. So we have arrived. Okay. We are here, finally, at the end of this painting. I think I can walk away and be fairly confident that I did what I set out to do. I said I would be done in about 4 hours, and for almost 5 hours, but I also talked for an hour longer than I thought I would. So let's just do our wrap up here. Obviously, if you liked what you saw, you learned something, you thought it was funny or hilariously bad, consider liking, subscribing so you can watch more hilariously bad or educational videos in the future. Subscribe, hit the notification bell, and take a photograph of the artwork you created, upload it to the Facebook group so that I can give you some free feedback, if you like, in one of the upcoming bonus episodes. If you want to support the channel with a small donation, as little as $1, $5 through PayPal, that link is below. The super chat while we're live, you can donate directly through that way, or you can send an e-transfer via email or contact me through my email to send a check in the mail or money order. My email's on the Facebook page and on my website. All those links are below. Again, the Facebook page, you should join it if you haven't already. Great community, as you could see in the comments. Pretty much I think everybody who's been commenting and is so sweet and generous are people who are part of that community. So time to join if you haven't already. You know, and as I said, just about 70% of the people who watch these videos aren't subscribers, so very easy thing to do, and it certainly helps my channel out, and you don't got to pay a dime to do that. So here's our original painting by Henri de Toulouse-Lautrec, and there's my version on the right. Obviously I got a little bit bigger borders going all the way around, but let's just a tad bit zoomed out more. Okay, there we are. What a wild artwork. Now that I'm looking at them side by side, again, this base, the neck of this base here could be darker. I could have, before I started splattering The paint on top. I could have perhaps glazed this and kind of deepened that and made it, but I don't know. I think it's going to be okay just like that. There's like the inscription for the printer, and you know, down here, obviously I'm not going to bother with that. There's also another inscription here that could be like the distributor or copyrights kind of information from the original printer. But I think that's good. Obviously, again, there's a few things missing up here, and the way I did her eyes are a little bit different. So let's just zoom in, and let's take a closer look at this artwork and see how they fare side by side. Okay. Yeah, you know, I think what I'm really happy with is how that splatter technique turned out here, and I want to use this more for myself in my own artwork now that I see how effectively it turned out. You know, it was a bit of a learning experience. Like trying to make those stencils is a little bit tricky, but you know, if I had thought through it a little bit further, I think I could have been even more effective. You know, this looks a little bit more purple, maybe on camera, but in person it's definitely a gray. I got the color right. It's just the camera is has the reds are about 5% more saturated than they are normally, just so my skin doesn't look quite so pale. Let's look at this, the head of the musician here. Very wild. You know, now that I see that, I see the glasses and that eye, that ear. For the longest time, all I could see was the ear. I didn't even realize that was spectacles on him. I added a few extra little lines on the outside just to kind of cover up some splatter that I lost some control over. You know, there's a little bit down there too, but let's look at the neck of the guitar, the head of the guitar, or the bass, I mean. I keep saying guitar. Yeah, as I said, I could have darkened that with a little bit of glaze, but I'm just going to leave it like that. I think it's fine. I probably won't even notice it later on. I think probably the area of this painting I'm most disappointed with, or not disappointed, just maybe, you know, if I had a darker green Posca pen, I could have done this area as a Posca pen outline as opposed to a brush. For whatever reason, I was a little bit sloppy, and I made those lines bigger than I needed to or wanted to. You can see the difference between my paintbrush and the Posca pen. The Posca pen's got that slightly more there's got a little bit of white and yellow in there, cool yellow. It's giving it almost a little bit of a Christmas green color over top of my darker, warmer green. Not a big deal, and I don't actually, the fact that they're there and there's that little bit of difference actually might even add something to it, perhaps. I also omitted all of these little hash marks that he's got going on in there. Let's go down to the bottom of her dress and start down there and then work our way back up. I made a decision to enlarge the little frill on her shoe there so that it matched the other one. I've also, when I painted over top of some of my Posca pen lines, I widened them a little bit, especially areas where I expect to see like volume or a shadow, just to kind of give some dimension in those areas. So as I said, we'll just show those actually 2 feet on camera at the same time. So you can see he did them a little bit smaller, but I had a little blob of splatter there. And when I did paint them, it made it look bigger anyway. And so I just kind of rounded that form and then went down here and enlarged that. It still kind of looks like a bit of a blob on mine, but you know, whatever. happy with the way all that looks. I got the colors pretty bang on. As I said with the dress, or this yellow, I went back and painted the cool yellow over top of the... I had originally painted cool yellow with white, and as I said, even at the time, I think leaving it was maybe closer to the original. I just wanted my color to be a little bit more saturated, because I like saturated colors. It's a personal preference. And then we come to the top half of her body here. I think all of this I'm very happy with. I'm just going to widen her arm. There we go. Because this is her arm coming in underneath her skirt, kind of holding up her leg. Probably the most significant difference is just the way that I painted and drew her face. The original that he did, she has like a bit of bags under her eyes. Her eyelids are really heavy, and they're also blank, which leads to, many people have said that this painting is very melancholy and that she looks tired, exhausted, maybe even depressed. I didn't do some of those marks that would have lent that same sort of quality to my image. Not because I didn't want that feeling, but just because I'm working on an image that's about 8 times smaller. If I start putting more and more lines on there, I'm just like, oh, I don't know, it's going to look kind of funny. So I just left it with just the top eyelid in there, which makes it look like she's closing her eyes. Maybe not quite as melancholy, or not melancholy really at all. So I guess, again, potentially a different interpretation between these two paintings, but I think that is a relatively insignificant change. Although this is the internet, and I expect someone to point out how I've completely lost the plot here. But anyway, there we go. 2 paintings side by side, and I think good enough for government work, as my grandfather used to say. That takes us to the end of another episode. This Friday I'm going to do a special episode to commemorate the Ukrainian Holocaust, the Holodomor, and so we're doing a painting that's going to be kind of dark. Just giving you a heads up, it's kind of a dark painting based on really probably the most famous painting to emerge from the Ukrainian Holocaust, which is marked on this Saturday. But it's, as a Ukrainian person of Ukrainian descent, it's kind of important to me, so I'm going to make that painting. But it won't surprise me if some people think that painting is a little bit too, not maybe the kind of thing you want to have hanging in your house. But anyway, I'll be here on Friday. Maybe we'll see you then. If you want to learn a little bit about the over 10 million Ukrainians that were senselessly murdered by Joseph Stalin. Oof, terrible, terrible moment in history, but that's why we commemorate this. So hopefully it won't happen again. Although that's kind of what... Anyway, well, I'm not getting into politics at the end of the night. Have a great night, everybody. We'll see you again very soon. Thanks for tuning in. It's been a pleasure. Thank you for all the wonderful positive comments in the chat. You guys are true, true lovely people. And just I want everybody to know you're loved and you're really important to me, especially, and to help this community grow. I'm just very, very blessed to have such a wonderful audience and people in this community. Okay, it's enough talking, Michael. Take your NyQuil and go to sleep. Good night, everybody. Bye-bye.